Good morning. I'm Councillor Russell Dodd, Chairman of the Planning and Rights of Way Committee. I would like to welcome you all to this meeting, which is both taking place here at Oak House and also being broadcast live on YouTube. Please note, there is no fire drill planned for today, but in the unlikely event of any emergency, please note, if you are in the public gallery, the fire exit is down the stairs. And if you are seated in the chamber, like so many of you are today, please note the emergency exits are at the side of the room. Take instruction from fire wardens wearing high visibility orange vests and proceed to the fire assembly point. Should you feel unwell, require first aid or any other assistance, please inform reception or the site management staff. I welcome members of the public who are in attendance today to observe the proceedings peacefully. Please note that no banners are allowed inside of the chamber or the public gallery. The committee and myself would be grateful if you would remain quiet during the proceedings, particularly where the members of the public causing any nuisance or objections during the meeting will be asked to leave the chamber. Item number 1 on the agenda. The draft minutes of the last meeting held on the 16th of September 2025 are included as item 1. Sorry. Draft minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of November. Can we accept the minutes as a true record and record of the meeting, please? The show of hands, please. Thank you. Are there any abstentions? No, thank you very much. Item number 2, apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Sue Savington is substituting for Councillor Annie Brown, who has stood down to be speaking on the application as a local member. Councillor Harry On is substituting for Councillor Sam Smith, who sends apologies under the category of the reasons. Councillor Theresa Cullen is substituting for Councillor Steve Carr, who sends apologies under the category of the reasons. And Councillor Kev Dale is substituting for Councillor Alan Byte, who sends apologies under the category of the reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Item number 3, declarations of interest by members and officers. Do any members or officers present have any interest to declare?
Thank
Councillor
you, Chair.
Brown.
I wish to declare an interest in this item. I am a director of Via East Midlands Limited. Via has provided consultation advice to the local planning authority in relation to this application. I have not been involved in providing that advice, and Via has no financial interest in the outcome of this decision. I am satisfied that this interest does not affect or prejudice my ability to consider the matter impartially, and I will determine the application on its planning merits. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Item number 4, declarations of lobbying. Do any members present have any instances of lobbying to declare? I would like to declare on behalf of the committee, Dom, that we have received lobbying via email, we have received lobbying via written letter, we have received lobbying via telephone calls, and we have also received lobbying via greetings Christmas cards. Can we please ensure they are minuted accurately, please? Anybody else? Thank you. Item number 5, land at Mill Hill and Barton in Fabis. Item 5 on the agenda is to consider a planning application for the proposed extraction, processing, sale and distribution of sand and gravel and subsequent restoration, together with the necessary highway and access improvements at the land off Green Street, Mill Hill and the land at Barton in Fabis off Chestnut Lane. I move the recommendations in the report.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Brian Whitcroft, Vice Chairman of Planning Rights of Way. I second the recommendations and retain the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Joel Marshall, Senior Planning Applications Practitioner, to present the report and any other further information relevant to the application. Joel to present. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Good. Okay. The planning application is for the extraction, processing and sale of 2.55 million tonnes of sand and gravel, of which 2.05 million tonnes is within the scope of this planning application, along with the main processing plant and site access, and a further 500,000 tonnes lies within Nottingham City area, and that is subject to a separate determination by Nottingham City Council in due course. On the plan in front of you there, my red dot there shows the area in the city. The site covers 85 hectares of largely agricultural land located between Barton and Fabis to the south and the urban fringes of Clifton to the northeast, with the River Trent along the western boundary and Attenborough Nature Reserve opposite. Many of the members, many of you would have seen the site on the site visit, and we would have seen in particular the topographical differences between the higher land at Mill Hill and Green Street, which is on the eastern part here, and then the slope down the Brands Hill to the lower floodplain area in the fields below. From the bottom, you would have seen the wooded escarpment that is quite apparent from that point. And you would have seen also the fact that parts of that wooded escarpment form part of the registered park and garden for Clifton Hall. And there are also a number of sites designated for their ecological interest in this area, including the home pit Triple SI, which is roughly about there. And we've got Attenborough Nature Reserve, obviously, opposite. And there are also a number of local wildlife sites within the site and the area, most particularly including the Brands Hill grassland and the Brands Hill marsh local wildlife sites. There are also rights of way in the site, most particularly Bridle Way 3, which runs along the bottom of the Brands Hill, and Footpath 2, which runs out from the village diagonally across the fields back up to Bridle Way 3. We'll come back to some of those points in a moment. My colleagues have managed to get the drone up in the last few days and taken a few aerial photos just to give you a different perspective. So that is looking north towards Mill Hill roundabout and the A453. That's the roundabout there. Beyond that is the Lock View Retirement Home and Clifton in the distance. Looking the other direction to the south, now you can see the hill going down, panning round, looking west towards Attenborough Nature Reserve. On the right-hand side is Burrows Farm and the Brands Hill grassland in the middle. Looking back up Brands Hill grassland from the Bridle Way, and then out into the valley floor area, you've got the arable fields with the wooded escarpment of Brands Hill Wood. It's looking north. Turning around looking south, that's Barton and Fabis village. You can see Footpath 2 coming through the field there. You can just see the walk line through the field. Coming north now along the river, heading into the northern part of the northwestern part of the site. And part of that area there is in the city area. And then coming back to the final aerial photo we've got is that one looking at the home pit. That's the home pit Triple SI with the Clifton Wood and Clifton Grove atop. Wonderful. The first element of the development, therefore, would be at Mill Hill here, where the existing field entrance on Green Street would be turned into a new priority junction. This is to serve the new plant site. That's the view looking down to the roundabout, 180 metres to the A453, and looking the other direction towards Frumpton and Barton. So that existing field entrance would be engineered into a new junction on that plan there. Also part of the design is a bridleway and cycleway crossing. So the adjacent field, this is where soils and overburdens would be stripped and formed into a landform, and then we'd have a lower platform on which to create the minerals processing plant itself. And also in the minerals processing plant area, there would be 2 water lagoons, site office, weighbridge and parking area. There's also proposed to be a small informal community car park, which is this part in the top right corner. Thank you, there. Okay, the proposed processing plant looks like that. Maximum height of 10.7 metres. However, as shown on this plan, it's actually going to be set down by approximately 2 to 3 metres on a lower platform area. That's the site office. This is a visualisation from the planning application showing the site entrance. At the top is the existing, in the middle is the operational phase. I'll point out the top of the processing plant is visible there. And then at the end, at the bottom, would be the post-development situation. The plant is removed, but the entrance is retained, would be retained to serve that community car park that would be left in situ permanently. Following that, a cutting would be created down the Brens Hill grassland. This is for a conveyor and a haul road. The conveyor would then bridge over Bridleway 3 through the Brens Hill Marsh, terminating at a loading hopper in phase 1. The haul road would cross at grade. This is the Bridleway in the summer, a lot drier than it was yesterday. And roughly this is where the conveyor and the haul road would need to come down this slope here and cross here. This is the visualisation that the applicant has provided of the proposed mineral bridge, conveyor bridge, with different cladding options applied to give you an idea. So there would be 4 phases of mineral extraction with progressive restoration to lakes and wetlands following that. Phase 1 and 2 are on the eastern side and phase 3 and 4 on the west. Separating that is the high pressure gas pipeline, which is that orange line in the middle. That would be protected by a 12.2 metre fenced off corridor to safeguard that pipeline. That meets the legal easement for that pipeline. It's not double the easement, as we've incorrectly said in the report, but it meets the legal easement requirement. The operational life of the quarry is proposed to be 12.5 years, with the extraction area occupied over roughly 10 years. The site would operate Monday to Friday, 0700 to 1800 hours, and Saturdays 0700 to 1300 hours, with no working on Sundays, bank or public holidays. There would need to be dewatering pumps operating 24/7. The following plans now show the phasing. I'll rattle through them, but the general direction is clockwise. So phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, I think. And you can see the progressive restoration following now in phases 1 and 2. And then you're ending up with that would end up with the final restoration as shown there. Final restoration shows 3 large water bodies, a large area of wetland and reed bed, areas of scrub, meadow, and species-rich grassland. The conveyor and the haul road would be removed. The grassland would be reinstated. The field at Mill Hill would be restored following removal of the processing plant. The site entrance, as I say, would remain to serve the community car park. At that point, a new permissive pathway would be created down the edge of Brens Hill grassland to link to Bridleway 3. So along that edge down to right of way 3. In total, the restoration will provide 6 kilometres of new permissive footpaths, as shown on that plan there. These would be progressively provided during the development. Footpath 2 would be reinstated on a modified alignment. Bridleway 3 would have surface improvements made to it at the foot of Brands Hill grassland. Okay, so the application has been subject to a full environmental impact assessment. The application has received a very high level of public interest, with 1,333 objections and 4 in favour. An extended summary of all of that is in the report. Several lengthy objections have been made by the SAVE group and from a range of wildlife and other local organisations. Rushcliffe Borough Council have formally objected on the basis that they consider the development to be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt and not demonstrating very special circumstances. There are, however, no objections from any statutory technical consultees. The report advises members that the principle of the development and the requirement for this to come forward now has been established in the Minerals Local Plan and through the site allocation in the Minerals Local Plan. The proposed quarry is essentially needed to address the general development needs for the Nottingham area and to offset a reliance on sand and gravel coming in from the Newark area and from out of the county. Furthermore, the proposed site design and the restoration design meets the requirements as set out in the Minerals Local Plan and in the accompanying site development brief. The site has evidently very good access, direct almost to the A453. The site's strategically positioned to serve that Nottingham area. Subject to planning condition requiring HGVs to route directly to and from that Mill Hill roundabout, there are no unacceptable highway capacity, road safety or traffic amenity issues. The 3 interested highway authorities raise no objections, recommend conditions, including to control mud on the road. The plan here, also Plan 5 in the committee pack, shows the wildlife, the ecological sites in the area. It's worth pointing out, however, that most of the site itself is in agricultural use. The applicant has essentially designed a scheme that largely works around and stands off from the ecologically valuable areas, including those with local wildlife site designation. However, there would be a small, unavoidable and temporary loss of part of the Brands Hill grassland local wildlife site and the Brands Hill Marsh local wildlife site in order to facilitate the conveyor and the haul road. These areas would, however, be reinstated upon completion of the development. Turning now to concerns that have been raised regarding the triple SIs, in particular, the home pit triple SI. Concerns being raised about the potential for silt to be carried towards the home pit, during a flooding event, should it flood. The SAVE group have made further submissions on this matter recently as well. The home pit is in unfavourable and declining condition due to poor water quality. The proposed development, however, would help that by removing much of the current agricultural use within the site and introducing this range of new wetland areas. And this is a position that Natural England acknowledges. A scheme to maintain and monitor the water levels in the home pit during the development has also been provided. That has been accepted by Natural England and can be finalised by planning condition. The quarry void should act as a depositional environment in a flood event, and it's already the case that this area does flood. It can flood, and that when it does flood, the river water brings a lot of silt with it already into the home pit, and that will continue to be the case. But the subject to the mitigation that has been agreed with Natural England, the proposed development should assist with the condition of the SSSI in the longer term. The second SSSI is the Attenborough Nature Reserve. Particular consideration is being given to the noise impacts at Attenborough Nature Reserve. Concerns have been raised about noise from the Notts Wildlife Trust and others. However, we find that the noise impact would be acceptable at Attenborough Nature Reserve. And again, Natural England are content on that issue. Finally, the ancient woodland, that would not be adversely affected. I should add that there's been several extensive surveys for protected species, notable species all around the site. The impacts can generally be mitigated and managed during the development. And with the progressive way of working the site, with the progressive restoration, most of these species would start to benefit quite soon from the new habitats that would be created. So that would include benefits for the bat population, for barn owls, and for invertebrates through that restoration. Okay, so the site's in a locally interesting landscape, with the wooded escarpment providing a backdrop. So there would be a notable to moderate adverse effect on the landscape character during the active works, notwithstanding the phased approach to working. There would also be some moderate to high or major adverse visual impacts, particularly to users of the rights of way and especially users of footpath 2. On completion, the site restoration, whilst different in character, is considered to be appropriate in this context. It is in line with the vision in the Minerals Local Plan site development brief. It should be visually more rich for local walkers and visitors to experience than the current arable fields. Officers therefore depart from the advice from our landscape advisors on this issue. These are some of the applicant's images and visualisations. This is a visualisation at the southern end of the site at the junction of footpath 2, and essentially what it is illustrating is it's an open form. It would be an open form of development, and there are no proposed sort of bunds or stockpiles, and at the end of the day there would be a wetland landscape. Across the river at Attenborough Nature Reserve, there are limited views of the site. It's very well screened by trees and vegetation, as you can see. And from longer distance views at Beeston Marina, it may just be possible to see that's the Brands Hill grassland there. It might just be possible to see the conveyor belt going up, but this is at a considerable distance from the site. So officers consider the proposed development to be not inappropriate developments in the Greenbelt, i.e. appropriate. As such, we disagree with Rushcliffe Borough Council on this matter. The development is essentially an open form of development, utilising modest and necessary processing plants, and this is a temporary development that would be restored upon completion. The development does not conflict with Greenbelt purposes. It does not create urban sprawl. The new permissive the new network of permissive pathways would also promote the beneficial use and enjoyment of the Greenbelt. Turning to heritage, whilst operational, the proposed development would lead to less than substantial harm to the setting on the Grade 2 listed Clifton Hall registered park and garden, which is that red area there, and also a small part of the overlapping conservation area, and that is as a result of landscape impact and potential noise. The development would result in a permanent change to the landscape across the valley floor area to wetlands. This is also assessed as resulting in some residual, less than substantial harm to the RPG. Public benefits are considered to outweigh the harms, including from that new network of permissive pathways and from the reinstatement of a historic tree avenue, as well as from the supply of minerals more generally. Okay. Archaeology, archaeological work has been agreed with the county and city archaeologists. There are impacts to the rights of way which clearly need balancing. Overall connectivity would be maintained, but during phases 1 and 2, users of the diverted footpath 2 would experience views across active quarrying and ongoing restoration areas as it diverts along the southern edge of the flood bank and then the eastern edge of the fields. An alternative would be through to Bridleway 3 and then walking up Bridleway 3. Obviously, users of the Bridleway 3 would see again the bridge. There it is again, the conveyor bridge, and they would hear that when passing underneath it. We acknowledge this would be an alien industrial feature in the landscape. It would maintain, however, the Bridleway open to traffic, with the exception of a short closure needed to actually build it. The impacts are temporary. The bridge would be removed at the restoration stage. And the applicant has agreed, or is agreeable to making improvements to the footpath surface along this section of the Bridleway to help offset the impact here. That can be secured by condition. In terms of flooding, as I say, it is a flood area, but the proposed development is compatible with that flood risk. The development would not raise the risk to any nearby properties in the area. The restoration could help by providing increased flood storage capacity. The Environment Agency do not object and request conditions. In terms of local amenity, operational noise has been assessed and has been predicted to be within permissible levels at all residential receptors. Consideration has also been given to noise effects on wildlife and the recreational users in the area. Though policy compliant, the introduction of some noise to this area does attract some limited adverse weight against the proposal. The nearest property is Burrows Farm, where that photo is taken. We noted that Burrows Farm is shuttered up at the moment and vacant. We must assume that it could be reoccupied, and that's the nearest property. It's proposed that a large soil bund would be put in place to screen the property visually for the conveyor and the haul road, and that bund would also serve to provide noise screening to that property. The main air quality issue arising on the application relates to the control of dust, and particular concern has been raised from the residents at the Larkhill Retirement Village. A full dust management and monitoring plan has been submitted with the application. The measures contained within that are considered acceptable and capable of controlling dust. The measures also include the use of real-time air quality monitoring to assist with compliance and the rapid response to any issues. The site would also be subject to monitoring by planning officers. The setting up of a community liaison group is recommended to be secured by planning condition. Officers thank all of those that have engaged in the planning process, and all matters that have been raised have been considered. There are issues that require balancing in order to reach a decision. A quarry development of this nature will have a range of effects: positive, negative, short and longer term. Officers, however, do not find that there would be any significant effects from our assessment of the planning application. The objective here should be to mitigate and manage impacts during the development in order to facilitate the mineral extraction that is in line with the allocation in the minerals local plan. In accordance with national planning policy, great weight has to be afforded to the benefits of mineral extraction, including to the economy. This also includes the 16 new jobs that would be created. There would be lasting benefits also for the local community, for local wildlife, and the restored site, and the other benefits to take into account. Temporary impacts such as from noise, visual impacts, effects on wildlife and habitats are not considered to outweigh the overall benefits in this case. Great weight has also to be afforded to the conservation of the heritage assets, notably the registered park and garden, and the identified less than substantial harms to the setting of those heritage assets are considered to be clearly outweighed by the public benefits. There is a presumption in favour of sustainable development in planning policy and a general expectation that sites that are allocated in an up-to-date local plan should come forward, in this case to provide the aggregates that the plan has identified as being required. Consequently, the proposed development has been found to accord with the development plan, and the recommendation is to approve planning permission subject to the imposition of planning conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel, for your presentation. Just for the committee, there's a couple of additional things that we've not sat through before if you've been on this committee. Due to the number of objections, as chairman, I'm allowed to grant dispensation for the protester or the people speaking against the application to present for 10 minutes with their thoughts and ideas to share with us, which I've granted. And in the purpose of balance, I've also allowed the applicant to speak for 10 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to invite Julian Coles from Save the Ancient Valley Environment, SAVE, to present on the application. Julian, you will be given 10 minutes for your application. We will notify you when there are 30 seconds left. Ready when you are, thank you.
Okay, I'm Chair, Councillors, I'm Julian Coles, representing the SAVE campaign, objecting on behalf of all the communities listed, the 5 parish councils and 2 residents' associations. We've been fighting this application for 11 years, and I had hair when this first started. With over 1,300 objections, no small petitions, proper written objections. We have produced a whole series of professional responses highlighting the deficiencies in this proposal. This site is close to the main populated area, 26,000 people live within a kilometre, Lark Hill Retirement Village, around 200 metres away, 2 sites of special scientific interest, and 9 local wildlife sites. The application, as you've heard, is really 2 sites. The excavation site in the Trent Valley and the industrial processing site with its machinery and buildings up to 11 metres high at the top of the most prominent hill, visible from miles around. This scheme would destroy the last remaining area of open country to the south of Nottingham City, used by walkers, cyclists and horse riders from across the county. Now, the applicant's approach. The applicant's approach has been flawed from the start. Yes, they have a website, but never made contact face-to-face with or exhibited their plans to local people or our 5 parish councils and residents' associations. However, they did invite the Beast and Sea Scouts for direct consultation. They have paid for a host of consultants who neither know the area nor care for it. They've relied on theoretical desktop analysis, which often bears no relation to reality, an illogical mess with no joined-up thinking. One example, one consultant proposes turning excavation voids into lakes to attract birds, destroying the existing feeding grounds for birds from Attenborough Nature Reserve. At the same time, another consultant proposes pyrotechnics, starter guns or scarer cartridges to scare birds away to avoid aircraft bird strike. You really couldn't make it up. The Minerals Local Plan. Next slide, please. Yes, this site is in the Minerals Local Plan, but the inspector confirmed this did not presuppose the granting of planning approval. Quote, how the site is developed, operated and restored are matters to be considered under a planning application. The National Planning Policy Framework states that development in the Greenbelt should not be approved except in very special circumstances. Quote, very special circumstances will not exist unless the potential harm to the Greenbelt and any other harm resulting from the proposal is clearly outweighed by other considerations. Firstly, there are no very special circumstances to justify this application. The assertion by officers, quote, sand and gravel sales in Nottinghamshire have been steady for the last decade, is simply untrue. The Council's December 2025 local aggregates assessment shows that 10-year average sales of sand and gravel have declined every year since 2014. Actual demand is less than half the forecast demand, and Nottinghamshire has over 15 years forward supply, excluding this site, more than double the government minimum requirement of 7 years. There are 6 major nearby quarries capable of supplying the Nottingham City area. The LLA's conclusion is clear, quote, no immediate necessity to identify additional aggregate reserves to accommodate future growth. Nottinghamshire does not need the quarry, and there are no very special circumstances which justify it. Secondly, the proposals will cause significant harm. Landscape. Your council's own landscape team does not support the planning application because permanent physical changes planned and significant adverse impacts on the existing landscape character of the site and its context. Why have planning officers disregarded this expert opinion? The Greenbelt. The excavation site is in a purely agricultural and wooded landscape. The NPPF states, when considering any planning application, local planning authorities should ensure that substantial weight is given to any harm to the Greenbelt, including harm to its openness. In a recent planning appeal on a site very nearby for solar battery storage, the inspector stated the introduction of industrial features, including extensive areas of hard standing, set within an enclosed compound, would result in the loss of openness. This application includes a 10-metre high processing site, car park, and buildings on the most prominent hill in the area connected by the conveyor to raise material 50 metres from the valley floor. How does that preserve the openness of the Greenbelt? Officers state that quarrying activity at the site will last at least 12 to 15 years. Quote, guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment, GLVIA 3, defines 10 to 25 years as long term. So the harm from the quarry to the Greenbelt and its openness is substantial and cannot in any way be claimed to be temporary. Damage to sites of special scientific interest. Again, the NPPF states development on land within or outside a site of special scientific interest and which is likely to have an adverse impact should not normally be permitted. The planning application causes harm to both Attenborough and Home Pit. Attenborough Nature Reserve and Notts Wildlife Trust, who own it, have objected as the site is critical to the way it can function. Quote, several of the important overwintering wildfowl species of the SSI use the land at Barton to graze on the grasslands, which is an important part of their behaviour. Home Pit SSI, Home Pit Action Group and SAVE have proved through video evidence and local knowledge that it first floods from the south, picking up additional silt from the quarry workings that will choke and destroy the lake at Home Pit SSI. Officers have deferred to Natural England, who have already admitted that they, along with this council, have undertaken no independent analysis. The statement by planning officers that flood flows could come from several directions is nonsensical and defies the law of physics. Risk and cost from the application. The NPPF states substantial development means that the planning system has three objectives: economic, social and environmental. There has been no evaluation of the financial cost to local businesses, such as Barton Equestrian Centre, that depends on access to undisturbed local bridleways. There's been no evaluation made of the number of people affected and the social and environmental costs. Restoration costs. The Minerals Products Association Restoration Guarantee exists, but the fund only settles claims up to £500,000. For a restoration and management scheme lasting 30 years, officers are complacent, stating that there is, quote, no exceptional justification for a restoration bond. And there's been no estimate of the financial resource cost to this council of monitoring and enforcing the pages of conditions this scheme would require. So we thank the planning officers for their work, but they claim sales of sand and gravel are steady and would justify this quarry. Not true. Harm to the landscape is acceptable. Not true. Why disregard the council's landscapes experts' advice that there is significant adverse impact? There is acceptable impact on the openness of the greenbelt. Not true. An industrial processing plant does not preserve openness. Impact is a minimum of 12 to 15 years and long term. Development will improve the situation at Home Pit SSI. Not true. No justification for accepting with no analysis of their own. And Natural England just parrots the applicant's discredited claims. There is no need for a restoration financial bond. Not true. A restoration and management scheme over 30 years requires a financial agreement. We believe that we have demonstrated that this proposal is not in accordance with the NPPF.
30 seconds.
There are no very special circumstances to justify this quarry and that it will cause substantial harm. You have a chance today to take account of the views of your residents, ignored by the applicant and to a large extent by the planning officers, and to reject this application. Planning officers may advise, but it's up to you to decide. We rely on you to make the right decision for your residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coles. Do officers wish to respond to any matters that may have been raised?
Thank you. I've just let the video play out at the end there, to the end. hopefully that's okay. I mean, there are obviously lots of points there. I'll focus just on a few of the key ones, I think, if that's appropriate. In our assessment of the green belt, the advice is that the assessment that we've made is that it is not inappropriate development. That's the technical term, not inappropriate development in the green belt. In that situation, there is no requirement to demonstrate very special circumstances. So we disagree with the Borough Council on that. The reasons are set out in the report. In terms that the site is not needed, there was reference to the LAA and that no further sites were needed. That is referencing the fact that that the plan has made the allocations that's needed for the foreseeable future, and that no further sites need to come forward other than those in the plan. And this is in the plan. And so that needs to be corrected. The plan assumes this site would come forward. I think there were some concerns about the long-term nature of the development, and I would question that. I would say that we have a medium-term development here of 15 years. And yes, the site does continue after 15 years. The restoration is there, and obviously it matures and establishes for the years ahead. But it isn't the case that it would take 30 years to restore this site. It would not. It would be 15 years, and then the long-term aftercare of this site would be governed by an aftercare scheme under the planning conditions. The aftercare would be monitored by the minerals planning authorities, including ourselves, given that most of the site is in the county area. So there is that reassurance there that the planning conditions would ensure that this site would be restored. It is not an exceptional case to require a restoration bond or such like. The site would be progressively worked, and that minimises the amount of land that's taken at any one time. Should the development cease for whatever reason, we have a condition recommended for an alternative site restoration, which could be invoked. And just to make clear that the restoration liabilities would not fall here on the council, on the finances of the council. It would be a planning enforcement matter in the usual way on the developer and landowner. I think we've taken advice from Natural England. To say that Natural England have not looked at this is incorrect. They have, and they've consistently not objected to this application, and we attract quite a lot of weight, we afford quite a lot of weight to their views as the responsible statutory consultee in terms of triple SIs. So the advice in the report is that we respect Natural England's position, their advice, and they do not object. They recommend conditions. Those conditions are acceptable to protect the condition of Home Pit and to protect the noise and other impacts at Attenborough Nature Reserve. Yes. I think landscape terms, we've set out why we disagree with the advice from VIA in the report. We have reasons in the report as to why we've done that. It's partly because it's in the plan. The plan envisages this site, and it envisages this type of restoration, essentially a wetland restoration. It is compatible in that situation. We have Attenborough Nature Reserve directly opposite. So that's predominantly why we disagree with some of the advice from VIA. There are temporary impacts, clearly, to consider, however, during the development. Okay, I think they're the main points I want to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now invite David Marsh, representing Land Logical Limited, to present on the application. David, you'll be given up to 10 minutes to speak. You will be notified, when there are 30 seconds left. Be ready when you are. Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to give this special presentation. By way of an introduction, I'm David Marsh. I'm the owner of PD Consulting. We're the agent for the application before you. I intend to show a short sequence of slides, followed by Nick Katz. Next to me is the CEO of Land Logical, the applicant. So, members, to begin with, if we could skip through a couple of slides, please, Joel. Next one. The site is allocated in the Nottinghamshire Minerals Local Plan, adopted as recently as March 2021. The allocation was examined by independent planning inspector, included detailed hearing sessions whose conclusions were that the allocation is sound, legally compliant and consistent with national policy. Members will notice that the plan allocates 3 million tonnes of sand and gravel, whereas the application seeks consent for 2.55 million tonnes. That is because we've removed a small footprint of land closest to Barton in Fabis from the application, and also land adjacent to Trent with an ecological designation. Your minerals plan provides a development brief which sets out how the quarry should be worked and restored. We've embraced this fully in the application, and it entirely accords with the brief in the minerals plan without exception. The application, Joel, if you could skip through, is extraordinarily thorough, detailed and comprehensive, runs to many volumes. It's been subject to 3 rounds of extended consultation, and we're now in a position where we have no unresolved objections from statutory consultees, and we have officer recommendation for approval. Briefly, the application is for the installation of a minerals processing plant adjacent Green Street with the necessary infrastructure, with extraction of sand and gravel on the floodplain as the office has already provided. The land is in agricultural rotation, and wherever possible throughout the course of the development, we will seek to ensure as much public access as reasonably possible throughout every stage of the development. The intention of the restoration, Joel, if you could, is to retain some agricultural land whilst providing significant benefits for ecology as well as for social gain through increased accessibility to the countryside, including riverside access, off-road cycling, park, community car park, bridleways. And it's been designed to complement Attenborough Nature Reserve whilst providing greater access to the countryside for local people. Minerals, in every sense of the word, underpin our society and our collective future aspirations. Without them, infrastructure, house building and economic growth simply cannot occur. And this is why great weight is attached to minerals extraction in planning policy terms. And this is why Council's policy team also supports the principle of this application. The site, as Joel has mentioned, is well located to serve geographically a market area in the south side of Notts. And if allowed to go ahead, there'll be wider economic benefits as well as employment for local people, which is what the applicant is committed to do. Members, the application is supported by robust environmental statement. No statutory consultee has raised unresolved objections. It meets the Minerals Plan development brief in every way. It meets national policy, delivers mineral supply, biodiversity and social gain, and provides long-term environmental and community benefits. So for these reasons, Chair, we respectfully invite the committee to endorse the officer recommendation. And with that, I'll thank you for your time and pass you to Nick Katz.
Chair, members of the committee, officers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant, Landlogical, and the operator, Landlogical Aggregates. It's been quite a journey to reach this point, and I want to begin by acknowledging the range of views that have been expressed along the way. Meaningful change often brings strong opinions, and I fully understand and respect that. I also want to express genuine empathy for those who have concerns. Many of those concerns stem from understandable uncertainty about what change may bring. And at the same time, it has been truly encouraging to hear from those who support our proposals, especially when some have felt hesitant to share their support publicly. Throughout this process, my team and I have made every effort to engage openly and constructively. We've listened, carefully to a wide range of voices, and their conversations have directly informed and improved our planning application. As a well-established quarrying and land restoration business with a strong track record in our industry, Landlogical bases every proposal on evidence and best practice. The facts are clear. Each person in the UK uses around 6 tonnes of newly quarried aggregate every year. These materials form the very foundation of our homes, infrastructure, and community facilities. They are essential to modern life, as is water or energy. Across the country, hundreds of quarries operate quietly, safely, and responsibly, supporting local jobs and supplying vital materials. Experience shows that many of these concerns raised before such sites open rarely materialise once operations begin. Even so, at Mill Hill, we have gone above and beyond to address every issue raised. We have worked with a large team of environmental specialists to ensure that every aspect of our proposal meets, and in many cases exceeds, the highest environmental and operational standards. We are also deeply committed to restoring the site swiftly, not over decades, as some have feared, but within a time frame that allows the landscape to recover quickly, creating new habitats for wildlife and new spaces for the local community to enjoy. As an owner-managed business, our reputation means everything to us. I will be personally involved in overseeing the development of this site, and my commitment to the community of Barton and Clifton is simple. We will deliver exactly what we promise. This project will stand as an example of how responsible development can look and feel. And to demonstrate that commitment, I am happy for local residents to have direct contact with me. In the unlikely event that any issues arise, I will personally ensure that it is resolved promptly and properly. Thank you for your time, consideration and engagement throughout this process. We share a common goal to reach a clear, timely and fair decision that allows everybody to move forward with confidence and certainty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Do officers wish to respond to any matters that have been raised there?
Nothing in particular to note, except that the applicant has taken on board comments that were made during the planning application, and certain amendments have been made to the application that is now before committee for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, officers. I would now like to invite Sheila Eaton to speak on the application. Sheila, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and you'll be notified when there are 30 seconds left. Okay? Thank you.
Is it starting now? Right. Mr. Chairman, councillors, I represent the Residents Association at Lark Hill, a retirement village of over 400 residents. Many are frail and more than half suffer from breathing difficulties. Our concerns are noise, traffic and dust. Noise generated from the processing plant, working 7 to 6 p.m. daily and Saturday mornings. It is on a hill, the highest point in the Trent Valley, with prevailing winds straight across Lark Hill, which is also a wind tunnel. We know this, we live there. Hundreds of residents have written objections, plus local medical practices have put in objections. The traffic, there will be 29,000 HGV lorries a year coming onto Mill Hill Island, plus extra Fareham and Business Park traffic still to come, creating more noise, and the 10 and 2.5 micron particles, which are known to be the most harmful to health, forcing us to close windows and doors and remain inside, making us prisoners in our own home. The council, they have not taken into account, they're ignoring us. We're not being mentioned, we don't exist. Planners generally tend to rely on desktop modelling to assess health risks and fail to capture the current conditions and real world impact. This applicant model suggests a 400 metres line around the processing plant, beyond which the dust will not travel. You cannot control the wind, but it takes no account of the direction of the wind or the vulnerability of those affected. Lark Hill is less than 250 metres. We are in that 400 metres. National planning suggests vulnerable communities of less than 1,000 metres should be taken into consideration. Groups most affected, children, people over 65 and communities close to busy roads. We fit those categories. The sand and gravel is not needed, it's been discussed. The applicant and council officers have failed to take account of the impact of the various dusts or the latest research worldwide on the impact on local populations, leading to multiple court cases worldwide. It's definitely coming. You are the councillors,
That's your 3 minutes up now, Sheila. Thank you. Your time is up now. Thank you. You've had your 3 minutes.
Is that the time? Thank you.
Do officers wish to respond to any of those matters raised at all?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, we have listened to those concerns. We've heard them loud and clear. And, the applicant has done a thorough dust air quality assessment and dust assessment to accompany the application. That's been reviewed by various environmental health experts who have been consulted on the application. Rushcliffe Borough Council, Environmental Health Officer, City Council, Environmental Health Officer, and conditions have been recommended. So we've recommended, I think, condition 42 to control the dust through the dust management plan. And similarly on noise, again, there's been a detailed noise impact assessment, which has considered the residents at Lark Hill. This includes, for example, that the ones that are on the first floor, the higher stories that are slightly elevated, considered noise to those properties. And the noise is all very acceptable, well within the minerals planning guidance, and an acceptable standard of amenity can be maintained at Lark View. And again, we've included recommended planning conditions in the report regarding noise, setting noise limits, requiring the hours of operation to be as per the application, the use of white noise type reversing alarms, those sorts of standard measures that are best practice, and also noise monitoring as well. So whilst, yes, with a planning application, inevitably you have to do predictive work, but it is technically very detailed work, but we can check that then at the operational period can be monitored, and any action required to correct the noise, for example, can be required. I think that was my point there. Thank you. The reassurance I just want to give to the locals on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, officers. I now invite Roy Haynes-Young to speak on the application. Roy, you will be given 3 minutes to speak, and we will notify you when there are 30 seconds left.
Thank you for giving me time to speak. I'm a local artist who walk this area daily. It's a very special place. And I'm not the only one to think so. Just ask the other 1,300 or so people who've objected to this application. So I speak to you today as one of the people who value this piece of the countryside on the fringe of a busy urban area. Local people recognise its importance for health and well-being. They're concerned about the environmental and health impacts. You've heard the arguments. The applicant and the planning officer argue that all of this can be mitigated and restored. We obviously don't accept all of the evidence, we question it, and we certainly don't accept the assurances of favourable outcomes. This is a poor application, especially in terms of the guarantees that successful long-term restoration will be achieved. In fact, it doesn't even meet the requirements and spirit of current legislation. I remind the committee that the NPPF and the Environment Act, principles of them, are material considerations for all applications, even older ones submitted before the Act's commencement. Note the application was made a few days before the Environment Act came into force. Nevertheless, local planning authorities must still show that decisions align with current policy, and in this case, they've not. Instead, officers have suggested that habitat management and restoration can be secured simply by planning conditions. Conditioning is not sufficient for this site to secure its long-term restoration. As a very minimum, a Section 106 agreement or a conservation covenant is required. Membership of the MPA Restoration Fund is simply not enough. The location, scale, sensitivity of this site provides the exceptional circumstances that justify these requirements. In that, we go against the conclusion of the officer in this respect. There are exceptional circumstances. So if this committee is not minded to reject the application, they can, of course, defer the decision until they've been consulted on. It's within your
30 seconds.
within your rights to do so. Send the application away to do better, and if they can't or won't, they shall withdraw. They argue that they are committed to this. We'll let them show that commitment in terms of a proper conservation bond or other legally binding mechanism to restore this site for future generations, for our children and our grandchildren. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Roy. Do officers wish to respond to any matters that have been raised?
Thank you. A reference was made to the Environment Act, which I think was a reference to biodiversity net gain, which came in through the Environment Act and is now embedded in the planning system. I think there was reference that the application was made a few days prior to it coming into force, which is correct. However, whilst it is not statutorily within the remit of having to do biodiversity net gain, the applicant has demonstrated this through the what we call the metric. This is a way of scoring the biodiversity losses and gains, and the gains at the end from the restoration are still very positive. In paragraph 491 of the report, the gains are set out in terms of habitat units of nearly 24%, hedgerows 32%, watercourses 8.85. So those are considered quite acceptable in the situation, and they do not need to actually do the BNG, but we expect them to demonstrate that because of the importance of this application, and because of the local plan, the minerals local plan requires a biodiversity-led approach to site restoration, and so that's been explored, and they can demonstrate those losses and gains, and at the end we get 25% gain habitat units, 24% gain habitat units, 32% gains in hedgerows, for example. There was one question also about the need for a legal agreement or a bond, restoration bond or whatever. We've set out, we don't think a restoration bond is required. The NPPF advises us that restoration bonds on mineral sites should only be required in exceptional circumstances. We don't think this is an exceptional situation. As I said earlier, we have in front of us a progressive way of working the site, phase by phase. There is quite a standard type of restoration, really. This type of restoration is achieved quite successfully in the Trent Valley, in other quarries that we are responsible for as a planning authority. Some of you might have been to, for example, Langford Quarry in north of Newark and seen the type of wetland restoration that can be delivered in these situations, and they are transformative. So in terms of the restoration, we believe that can be secured by planning condition, and that they are in the planning conditions. Yeah. So the other aspect of long-term aftercare is a site that restores this to a nature conservation use does need a bit longer in terms of that aftercare. And so the applicant has agreed to do 30 years of long-term aftercare management for the new habitats. That is actually in line with the new legislation in the Environment Act, I might add. So there is that long-term provision to manage it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, officers. I now invite Rex Walker to speak on the application. Rex, you have 3 minutes to speak. You will be notified when there are 30 seconds left of your allotted time. Thank you.
Chair, members, Rex Walker, Rushcliffe Borough Councillor for the area. When reading the committee report, I kept scribbling down the same message: principle versus practice. Has the principle of site allocation of the minerals plan survived contact with reality? I invite you to conclude it has not. It may be tempting to think that because this site is allocated in the plan, approval should follow. But the allocation is not a green light, it's a starting point. And the plan itself at pages 147 to 8 sets out site-specific, real-world tests which must be met. And it is for you, not officers, to decide whether they have been met. In the limited time available, I want to focus on one specific issue and one general consideration, which mirror Rushcliffe Borough Council's objections. First, the green belt. I ask you to read every word of paragraph 428 of your report with care. It matters because it quietly tells you 3 things: that this issue is finely balanced, that the harm to openness has not been eliminated, and that you are fully entitled to share the view that despite mitigation, the level of harm remains a concern and could be assessed as inappropriate in the greenbelt. In practice, this proposal places an 11-metre processing plant and associated infrastructure on elevated ground for a prolonged period in a particularly sensitive part of the greenbelt, close to the urban edge it is meant to protect, and in a landscape already under cumulative pressure from other major development. So the real question is not whether plant is ever acceptable in the greenbelt in principle, it is whether this scale, in this position, in this setting, preserves openness in practice. I respectfully suggest it does not. Second, the general acceptability of impacts. You must be satisfied that the development would not result in significant adverse environmental, societal, or cumulative effects. That confidence is tested by the conditions. There are 72 conditions. Many require further information to be submitted later. Some, like 43, anticipate problems that should be avoided altogether, not managed after the fact. Conditions are meant to control impacts, not to find out whether those impacts are acceptable in the first place.
30 seconds.
When a proposal relies so heavily on future submissions and monitoring, you are entitled to conclude that the real-world impacts remain uncertain. Members, if you conclude that the gap between principle and practice is too wide and the harm to openness is real and inappropriate, and the proposal depends too heavily on conditions to make it acceptable, then you are entitled to refuse. The plan gives you that responsibility. And on this site, in this setting, I respectfully suggest that responsibility points towards refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Rex Walker. Do officers wish to respond to any matters that have been raised there?
Thank you. I think we've got quite a lot of detail in this application. And yes, there are planning conditions as part of the recommendation. And some of those conditions require final details to be provided. That in itself is not unusual. 72 conditions on a minerals planning permission is not unusual in my experience. Where we've needed details to make assessments, we've secured the information and we've set out our assessment of all of the details in the report, including our assessment of the impact on the green belt. I say we feel that this is a development that is an appropriate form of development in the green belt when you take it as a whole, and when you take into account the fact that it's a temporary development with restoration following. This is in line with recent case law on minerals development in the green belt, which we've had regard to and quoted in the report as well. So that's our position on the Greenbelt. Thank you.
Thank you, officers. I now invite Anne Pavia to speak on the application. And you'll be given 3 minutes to speak, and we'll notify you when there are 30 seconds left of your allotted time. Thank you.
Right, my name's Anne Pavia. I'd like to give a little bit of a background of myself. I've lived in NG11, the Clifton, Larkhill area. 42 years I've been there. Firstly at Clifton Grove, moving to Silverdale, Wilford, and just down the road, I have lived at Larkhill Village for 4 years. I've worked in the media, and at the present time, I volunteer for the NHS at the Queen's Medical Centre on the maternity ward. I believe that there are benefits from the post-quarrying restoration for nature and visitors alike. My thoughts are that the landscapes will be even more wonderful once the land is restored, and it would take nothing like 30 years like some claim. The scheme proposed is much more for public access to nature than possible now, including the riverbank, which can only be reached by fishermen and trespassing locally. Right, I'd also like to share with the committee my personal experience. Living at Larkhill, I've had a lot of comments made to myself and other residents. One specific was said to me, "Do you really want to die?" Sand and gravel quarry, regarding the sand and quarry. I can't seem to speak up. I've not been allowed to speak up, but I did start a petition and I got 50 residents in favour of the quarry. Unfortunately, due to continuing with starting my training and refresher course at the QMC, I didn't have the time to continue. From last July to last week, working on the ward, 76 babies were born in the NG11 Clifton area. Barton in Fabis had 2 babies that were born. Due to speaking to the mothers, but due to data protection, I am not allowed to let them at this moment in time speak. I have worked as a childminder, and I do believe that this quarry will be beneficial to all the local children in the future, the babies that's just been born. It'll be lovely for the school sites to visit. And just to state that Sandpiper Square, where I live, there are 14 bungalows. I've been there 4 years and 6 new people have moved in. It has been said to me that people aren't moving in Larkhill. 50%, nearly 50% have moved into my 14 bungalows and nobody has objected to the quarry. I do feel that there is a lot of...
Thank you. That's your 3 minutes up. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Do officers wish to respond to any matters there?
Not much to add, really. I mean, reference was made to a petition. To clarify, I've not seen that petition, but the other points I recognise in terms of the public access that's being provided. So, thank you. That'll do. Thank you.
Thank you, officers. I now invite Councillor Andy Brown to speak on the application. Councillor Andy Brown, you are allotted 10 minutes to speak. You'll be notified when you're 30 seconds left of your allotted time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. The residents of Barton and Fabis have had this hanging over them for almost 11 years now. They are passionate about preserving this area for future generations. They have already witnessed a vast part of their parish and green belt disappear on what was known as the pastures and now known as Fairholme. 3,000 houses being built with the usual infrastructure and several large industrial sheds. Let's also not forget the wildlife. An example of how wildlife is being displaced in and around Barton was a photograph which was taken of a roe deer stag on what was part of that green belt. It was his territory and now a building site. The stag was foraging for food. The stag had a black plastic bag wrapped around its antlers. This application will remove more of that stag and its herd's territory. Do you really want to approve that? And you've heard strong arguments from the objectors to the scheme, and now I just want to summarise. Firstly, this site is unique in the county of Nottinghamshire. Nowhere else will you find together two sites of special scientific interest, 9 local wildlife sites and 2 ancient woodlands. No quarry site is so close to the main populated area of Nottingham and 200 metres from the largest retirement village with its elderly and vulnerable residents. You've heard graphically from one resident, Sheila Eaton, today about the entirely valid fears they have on health effects from dust and noise, which no amount of theoretical desktop studies will diminish. The site is also unique in being the last stretch of open countryside in this part of the county. You heard from Councillor Walker about cumulative impacts of the development that has already impacted this area. 26,000 people live within 1.5 kilometres of the site. The area is used by large numbers of people throughout the year for walking, cycling, horse riding and fishing. Surely these are outdoor pursuits we should be encouraging rather than preventing. Secondly, what could justify the destruction of this area? Well, the National Planning Policy Framework requires there to be very special circumstances. Yes, the site is in the local minerals plan, but that does not presume that the planning permission must be granted. The inspector at the minerals local plan examination was clear about that. You've heard how out of date the MLP is. 10-year average sales of sand and gravel at their lowest since 2014. Sales at half the level assumed in the plan. 15 years forward supply even without this site. 6 local quarries in Nottinghamshire or just across the border already supplying Nottingham City area. And the conclusion from the latest local aggregates assessment that there is in any case no immediate necessity to identify additional aggregate reserves to accommodate future growth. In short, we no longer need this quarry. The minerals local plan is due for review in March 2026. Surely we should at least defer a decision on planning approval until the review is complete. Once this area is excavated, it will be gone forever. Thirdly, what harm will this application do? Well, Council's Landscape Consultancy Manager expert advice does not support the application due to the permanent physical changes planned and significant adverse impacts. Why should this be disregarded? The NPPF requires that substantial weight is given to any harm to the green belt, including harm to its openness. Again, this site is unique in seeking to put a 10-metre high processing plant on top of the most prominent hill and driving a conveyor across a wildlife site for at least 15 years. So how long does that term and substantial harm possibly preserve the openness of the green belt? The sites of scientific interest. In the evidence, it is evident, that neither the council officers nor Natural England carried out any independent analysis or modelling to assess the impacts of home pit SSSI. It has taken the local community and Home Pit Action Group who manage the site with video drone footage and local knowledge to prove that this area floods from the direction of the quarry. The issue here is that any additional silt from the quarry will have effectively destroyed this site. The local community has also funding a review of the impact on Home Pit SSSI by Oakshire Environmental, a flood risk specialist, which clearly states the applicant provides modelling of transfer of silt. The reports do not provide evidence that the recharge trench and silt lagoons will be effective in preventing silt transfer to home pit during high flow events. While arable land can contribute sediment during heavy rainfall, established grassland and crops provide some protection. The disturbance from quarrying is typically greater. The risk is highest during the operational phase and during restoration earthworks. What I do not understand is why officers have disregarded the evidence from their expert witness on landscape issues, but have fully accepted the views from Natural England, who admit that they have never done any analysis of their own, and merely repeating the evidence of the applicants, who of course then claim the endorsement of Natural England. The only people who have established the facts are the local community, and they should be listened to. Fourthly, what are the true costs of this planning application? There's been no evaluation made of the damage to local businesses, adverse economic impact, particularly on local businesses such as Barton Equestrian Centre and other livery stables in the area, which depend on access to undisturbed local bridleways. There has also been no evaluation made of the number of people affected by the loss of this tranquil, nature-rich area and resulting social and environmental costs. The application requires a restoration and management scheme lasting 30 years in the event of the applicant's business failing or being sold on. Where is the financial bond secured to secure a restoration? What calculation has been made of the financial and resource cost to this council of managing the pages of conditions that this application requires over the 30 years of the scheme? In conclusion, this quarry is not needed. It is damaging to the landscape, green belt and sites of special scientific interest. The true costs of the application have not been quantified, and if you want evidence of how much the residents in my division care about this area, it's there with the 1,330 objections and the people who travelled here today. If members are mindful to grant permission, and I accept that there are recommendations in there to form a liaison group, and there are certain recommendations or conditions for a bond to be added, which I say must be added to secured in the event of the applicant's business failing or being sold on to cover the restoration. I think that should be upheld and firmly established from day one if you're mindful to grant permission. And finally, members, I'm asking you to either consider defer this application until the Minerals Local Plan is reviewed in March next year, or reject this application. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Do officers wish to respond to any of the matters that have been raised there?
Thank you. Where to start? I'd like to just make the point again that the local aggregates assessment says that no further sites are required, and that is in the context that this site is being part of the plan, is coming forward. And so the site is required, it's in the plan. The adopted plan remains fully in force, it's not out of date. It will be reviewed in due course, like all local plans have to be reviewed over time. There's nothing about the plan today that says that it's out of date, that it should be disregarded in this situation, and the flexibility is in this plan to respond to changes with demand and supply. Looking ahead, we know that the borough and the district councils have now got new housing targets are coming their way. They're going to have to review their local plans to respond to the drive to deliver new housing. That new housing will need minerals, aggregates, as a foundational material. And this site, as I said earlier, is strategically positioned to serve particularly the Nottingham area. That is something that needs to be borne in mind. In terms of the restoration concerns, again, concerns raised about the restoration, there is very clear advice in the planning practice guidance, which is part of the guidance that underpins the planning system here, that tells us as a planning authority that restoration bonds are for exceptional situations, particularly where there are very long-term projects and where there is no practical ability to undertake progressive phased working, or where there is some unusual or novel approach to the development. So the advice is very clear in the PPG. It tells us really that on a development of this type, where you've got the progressive working, that it should not be a requirement to have a financial bond. This can be managed through the usual planning controls, in this case, planning conditions on the applicant. Yes, there are quite a few conditions to monitor. There is a monitoring function in the council. The council is able to recoup some costs as part of its monitoring, and we have a system of doing routine visits to quarries, up to 4 a year at some of the busy quarries. We're very active on that, and the job there is to ensure the developer is complying with the planning conditions and operating correctly so that they are protecting the environment and local amenity. I say we have taken, we've taken expert advice on a number of matters, and the advice is in the report. Where we've disagreed, we've set out where we've disagreed. And as with any development of the minerals, any quarry development like this, there are going to be impacts, particularly in the short term. And as I said in the presentation, the members have to weigh up those issues. And they have to think about the short term and then the longer term benefits that would follow, and they have to reach their decision in the round, thinking about all of that and balancing all of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, officers. Okay, do any members wish to raise any points of clarification prior to me opening the debate? No? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gamble.
Good afternoon, everybody, because it's past midday. I'm James Gamble, County Councillor for Sherwood Forest. Everybody's spoken incredibly well today, and there's a very good turnout with members here. Thank officers yesterday for providing the tour. That was incredibly beneficial. It put context to all the sites that.
Councillor Gamble, could I ask you to speak up? There's a lady in the audience who's suffering.
Okay.
Sorry, can't hear you. Not suffering.
That's fine. Right. I've got 2 questions that I'd like to ask officers, and if you do answer the question, I'd like to follow up with a 3rd question, and it's to do with aggregate need, the land bank, and production rates. This has been touched upon by some members who've spoken today regarding the local minerals plan. Can officers confirm the current sand and gravel land bank figure for the county of Nottinghamshire and how this compares to the national 7-year requirement? That's question 1. And question 2, can officers confirm recent annual sales figures and whether these remain below both the 10-year average and the minerals local plan forecast production rate? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, the concept of the land bank is in planning policy, and the minerals planning, as the minerals planning authority, we have to plan for a steady and adequate supply of aggregates, including sand and gravel, and we're required to maintain a minimum of 7-year land bank for sand and gravel within the county, so that is providing a steady supply of that mineral. The land bank goes up and down over time based on supply and demand. It has been going up. It's been going up for several reasons. Partly, there's been a number of sites have finished and closed, and so the actual number of operating quarries has declined historically in the county, and that's one factor as to why the sales have declined. Sorry, yes. So the land bank on the current information, which is right up to date, we've got in the report at 371, 15.47 years we have at the moment, obviously well over the 7 years, and that's based on a 10-year average sales of 1.24 million tonnes and reserves of 19.19 million tonnes. Those reserves, I've just added some of those reserves are in sites that are not active, not operating. And in particular, there in the Nottingham area, there is only one quarry at Rempston, really locally serving the Nottingham area within the county. Thank you. Yes, so the point I made earlier was that at the moment we know that quite a lot of mineral is coming in from like the Newark area and from out of the county, and that has sustainability implications. And that percentage of inflow material into the Nottingham area has been increasing because there are no other, apart from East Leek, Rempston, there are no other active quarries in the Nottingham area anymore. Have I answered the question there? If not, please.
You have indeed. Thank you very much. I'm just going to do one follow-up question because we do know we have got sites around the Newark area, and I believe that most of those sites aren't beyond 30 miles. When it goes beyond 30 miles, it includes increased haulage costs. So we've established that we've got a land bank of over 15 years, which is double the minimum required. So the other question is, given the strength of the current land bank and the lower than forecast sales that we've had in the mineral plan, which is up for review in 2026, can officers explain what immediate supply risk would arise if the site were not released at this time? Thank you.
Could I bring in my colleague from Planning Policy to answer that question? Stephen Pointer, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Stephen Pointer, I'm Team Manager Planning Policy, so I'm responsible for the Minerals Local Plan. I'd just like to clarify that the Minerals Plan has to be subject to a statutory review by March 26 of whether it needs updating. So we haven't committed to reviewing it. We have to be committed to reviewing whether it does need to be updated. So I just wanted to clarify that. It's just a slight point, but just needs clarifying. The issue is, this is a site which we've heard will have at least a 10-year plus life. We need long-term sites to supply Nottinghamshire as a whole. This is the largest allocation in our minerals plan, which we prepared in 2020 and was adopted in 2021. It's taken some time for it to come forward as an application, but it is a necessary part of the package of sites. It's the only allocation of a new site. All the others are extensions, and all the others are located around the Newark area and further north. What we tried to get in the minerals plan was a geographical spread of sites, so that so that actually the impacts of mineral development are spread across the whole county. The impacts of this is that if it wasn't to be consented, obviously the land bank would reduce over time as sites are extracted and developed, and it would put other sites potentially, as the land bank reduced, other sites which haven't been allocated, may be unidentified, but other operators have in their control, may come forward for applications. And the risk is that the council would lose control of sites that are in its own gift, in its allocations. So this is an important site to guarantee long-term production of minerals across the county, and ensure not just for the next few years, but in the long term as well, meeting the agenda for growth and underpinning other industries such as housing and commercial developments and so forth. So the risk is that it over time the pressure would arise for further unconsented sites to be consented.
Thank you, officers. I'd now like to open the floor for debate. If there are any further questions directing to what we've said, you can ask a question now. I'll now open the debate for debate. Can you indicate if you'd like to speak, please? Thank you, members. Councillor Barlow, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. I've got several questions, so I'll sort of queries, if you like. So with regards to the footpaths that are going to be closed, there's no mention of how long they might be closed for and exactly how they will be impacted on alternative routes. I also, I refer to point 300, where it says that Green Street was designated a quiet lane for the benefit of cyclists, runners, walkers, etc. after the A453 project. And obviously it's popular with such users. As there is no footway, are we planning to put a new footway in to make, obviously once you've got HGVs going along there, I know what it's like living in the countryside myself when you've got HGV hurtling down the side of you when you're trying to walk or cycle. With regards to the air quality, it's not just the dust that concerns me, but obviously the pollution from the number of HGVs that will be going up and down the road. We all know that there is congestion on the Mill Hill roundabout. Anyone that's tried to get to the airport would know that at peak time. And obviously with regards to the HGVs, 0.274, I do hope that they will be routed correctly and monitored. I know there is another quarry close to me where they do actually monitor the vehicles and they are subject to conditions if they actually don't adhere to them. In other words, they're banned from the quarry for 24 hours or such. Because obviously I appreciate that it's close to residential areas that once the 453, which regularly happens, will have an accident on it, they're going to be residential rat runs probably through Clifton and Ruddington. So we need to ensure that they are protected. Obviously, the mention of the sand and gravel declining and the fact that we have double the requirements has already been mentioned. But noting that 0.372, there was no mention of the extension at Langford Quarry that's recently been agreed, I believe, that being in my area. So therefore, there is more coming through from there. And who will be responsible for maintaining the wetland and the increased visitors? And what is the alternative restoration that you refer to, Joel, if the company fails? Obviously, you know, they say they're going to look after it for 30 years. What if the company fails? You did mention alternative. I just wanted to know what that was. And obviously we welcome the fact of the liaison committee because I do know that works well in the quarries in my area. I think that is most definitely very important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Councillor Cullen.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Councillor Teresa Cullen. I'm a Broxton Alliance councillor and my ward is Beeston, Central and Rylands, so the opposite side of the river from this development. The point I want to raise is, and Mr Marshall, you raised that, you know, local districts and boroughs have a housing allocation. But the point I want to raise is, within the next couple of months, we'll know whether districts and boroughs will even exist in the future. And we know that the minerals plan is up for review in 2026. And by the time it's up for review, we'll also know whether what the likely new shape of the county and the city will be. So it seems to me that given that we've heard many times during this meeting that there's no desperate need for this mineral extraction now, there's an opportunity at least to do some forward thinking and think we could actually defer this because there's so many changes that are happening. We don't actually know whether if this is approved now, it's going to be what's needed for the future. For me, it's the wrong time to be discussing it. I think I grew up in Towton when Attenborough gravel pits, wasn't a nature reserve, it was a gravel extraction site. I lived for a while on Meadow Lane in Attenborough with the Cemex site only a few doors up from my house. So I think I have a great deal of sympathy for people that are fearful of living near to extraction plants. And it is an absolute nonsense to say that there's no effect on the local environment and people, and the wind direction.
Thank
The
you.
wind
Could I just
direction-
ask the public gallery just to keep quiet while the
Yeah,
debate's
please,
going on,
please.
please? It's very
The
important
wind
that everybody
direction-
here can hear this.
Yeah,
Thank
wind
you.
direction is something that you kind of dread when you live near to plants like that. So I think I have some sympathy for that, but I also have sympathy for the fact that we need mineral extraction, and we need to have minerals to do the jobs that we need to do. And I have sympathy for people needing jobs. So I think at the moment I'm minded to vote against this on the basis that I think there's too many questions. I really think it's interesting to hear that there's no statutory objections. We hear that quite a lot, but people will know very well about me by now that I'm steeped in the voluntary sector, and there are a number of voluntary sector objections to this, not least the Wildlife Trust that sits in my ward. And I think the statutory sector are governed by statutes and guidelines, and the voluntary sector work on behalf of the people. And if they're objecting, I'm minded to listen to them and want more detail and want to know more about how, if this is right now, if it can have and I'm very, very used to hearing stories of companies having long-term plans for restoration and then the company fails and there is no bond and there's no guarantee here. And so lots about it that don't fit right for me at the moment, but most of all the fact that within a few short months, everything in local authority is changing, and we do not at this moment know whether this is the right plan for the future that the government will impose on us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cullen. Councillor Sue Sadlington, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy to be here this morning. It's a long time since I sat on the planning committee at Nottinghamshire County Council, but I was a member when the minerals plan was considered. So I know how long this application has been hanging around, as it were. Right, well, we're told this may be a temporary inconvenience to residents, something in the order of 12 to 15 years. If you are a senior person at this present time, 12 to 15 years is a very, very long time. And to be fair, even if I considered myself, I may not be here in 12 to 15 years to see exactly how this development has taken place. But in the meantime, these residents are going to have the inconvenience. There will be an adverse effect on the landscape. There's no doubting it. And during construction, it's going to be very inconvenient for people. We've heard about the dust. We've heard about various things that will affect residents. And yes, it will be restored in 15 years or so, but that is a considerable time. Now, I have a quarry near me, and I have to say, the owners of the quarry have restored it extremely well. You can walk around the quarry there are lakes, there are walkways, but there's been a long time for that to come. So I can appreciate what the residents are feeling today. So it may be short term, but what is in this application for the residents? Because I don't see anything. Where are the residents going to gain from this except in 15 years' time? I don't see anything. We're taking away open countryside, and my goodness, are we losing countryside? If it's not to quarries, it's to solar farms and goodness knows what. So we have an open countryside in the green belt, And there has to be a level of harm, temporarily probably. On there, it looked very good fertile land, agricultural land. So we're taking away that, yet we have more people coming into this country where we could grow agricultural vegetables. The pumps were mentioned, which raised my hearing. 24/7. How can we guarantee that there isn't going to be noise from those? You say there isn't, they're not there yet. And you have no control over the weather and the wind. I'm concerned that one of the people speaking against the application, if I heard correctly, said that there has been no consultation with the residents. I find this amazing with such a big application. Which developer would go and steamroll over residents without having meetings? I have a situation in my division, slightly different, but I'm having a mighty big row because no one is taking notice of the residents, and it is the residents we are here to serve. The lady who lives at Larkhill gave me some concern because she has obviously got concerns over dust. They are senior people, I assume, living at Larkhill. And here we are. Who knows whether there'll be dust or not? I'm sure we don't have any control over the wind and the weather. And if you look out there today, it's absolutely appalling. Now, the minerals plan, I remember it well, and I remember this being put into the minerals plan in 2021. We've been told there's 15 years supply. We only require 7. And we're looking at a maximum of 2 years away from reviewing the plan. So why on earth does this have to go into use right now? We've already got the double amount required, and I personally see no necessity for this at the minute. Granted, it could go in the next time, but we have a new administration, as most of you will be aware. They could have a completely different look at the mineral plan. 72 conditions to be considered, some of which haven't been decided. So why, I ask, are we making a decision today until we have permanent conditions? Once this permission is given, it is given, no matter what happens with the conditions that aren't finally granted in the report. We have listened to the residents, I certainly have. There's 1,300 objections, and we've got all these people here today who've made the effort to come. They wouldn't make the effort if they weren't concerned. And I thank you all for coming, because it's good to see that you're working as part of the community. So, Chairman, I am calling for deferral today until 2026, when we might know a little bit more about what is happening. And I'm also, if this should go ahead, calling for a financial bond. It may not be necessary, but who on earth knows what's going to happen in the next few years? We didn't know what was going to happen 5 years ago. People are struggling. Times are changing. And I feel that they should have a financial bond, whether you think, officers, it's necessary or not. I think it is. This could be an exception site. We're in uncertain times. We don't know who will be still running a business in 2 years' time, never mind about 15. And so I'm calling for the security of these residents, if this should
Councillor
go ahead,
Saddington, could I just pause you
for a
there?
financial bond.
The legal officer would like to speak. Could you just pause you there? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I can please remind members that planning applications must be determined in accordance with the adopted development plan, unless there are material considerations that indicate otherwise. So an intention to review a plan in the future does not displace the adopted plan, and it also does not reduce the statutory weight of the plan in motion at the moment. So until replaced, the adopted minerals plan will remain the basis for decision making. Thank you.
So
Thank you, Councillor Saddington. Would you like to continue?
So we have two considerations. We either have a deferral of this application until we do know what is needed in 2026, which is only 2 years away, which is in a great scheme of things, not very much. And I think the residents need security that nobody walks away from this site leaving an awful mess to what could have been a very pleasant landscape. So I don't know, Chairman. I shall still listen to people who've got something to say, but I have very great concerns about this site. Thank you.
Councillor On, please.
Thank you, Chair. My concern is regarding the noise from machinery, from conveyor and HGVs, which they are going to disrupt the tranquility of the area. And what is the plan to mitigate that noise action? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gamble.
Thank you. James Gamble, Sherwood Forest. Just want to add what a number of members have mentioned. I want to be clear at the outset that I recognise the site is allocated, and I also recognise the importance of maintaining an adequate supply of aggregates. However, allocation does not always equate to automatic approval, which is why we're having the meeting today. And members are still required to consider whether this application is acceptable in light of current evidence, impacts and policy. Right, since the site was allocated, in my opinion, there's been a material change in circumstances. The county currently has a sand and gravel land bank of over 15 years, that's been established, which is more than double the national requirement, and recent sales figures remain material below the 10-year average in the Minerals Local Plan forecast. Members have all discussed this earlier on today. This means there is no immediate supply, there's no immediate shortage. In that context, the release of a highly sensitive floodplain site, which this is, must be justified by compelling need. And in my view, that test has not been met today. So turning to environmental impacts, the application accepts harm to Brands Hill grassland that we visited yesterday and Brands Hill Marsh local wildlife sites. That's just 2, there are 7 others around the area. For a prolonged period of over a decade, those 2 sites particularly will be affected. Rather than avoiding those impacts through site design, the proposal relies on management, monitoring and future restoration. Planning policy is clear that harm should be avoided first, not managed later. And I do not consider that the mitigation hierarchy in this instance has been properly applied. I'm also concerned about the degree of uncertainty surrounding floodplain behaviour and sediment movement. We've discussed that briefly earlier on today. The development relies on, I believe, predictive modelling and operational controls to prevent impacts on Attenborough gravel pits, SSI, Home Pit, SSI, and of course, Clifton Wood, ancient woodland. But as members will be aware, and members of the public, floodplain systems are dynamic, particularly during extreme events, which we seem to be having quite regularly now. And when nationally designated sites and irreplaceable ancient woodland are potentially affected, the precautionary principle must carry significant weight. Risk of deterioration is enough. Harm does not need to be proven after the event. Finally, the physical layout of the scheme matters. The conveyor and associated infrastructure would run up a very steep hill, an elevated slope at Brands Hill, which will create a visually prominent industrial feature in an otherwise open landscape. I do appreciate it is wooded around the sides for much of the operational life. In addition, the siting of a fixed conveyor stocking area close to Brands Hill Marsh, in my opinion, introduce a sustained risk from dust deposition, disturbance and altered runoff. These impacts are designed into the scheme and not incidental effects. Taken together, the application relies on need that is not compelling, mitigation that is not uncertain, and management that would have to succeed continuously for more than a decade in a sensitive floodplain environment. In my planning judgment today, that balance does not comply with national or local policies, is my opinion. And for those reasons, I cannot support the application at this time. I agree with the deferral option. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gamble. Councillor Chowdhury, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank all the local residents who's attending today for special planning applicant, which is what I understand from reading from the reports. Yesterday, we visited with officers to the sites and look at the geographical area. We've seen the residents from the site and we understand the river trends. And I've just read through with several notes, which is including 72 concern regarding these applications. And also there's some of our colleagues who's been mentioned, there's a review regarding this mineral and mines review 2026. I would favor for this area for 2026. Also, there is a lot of objection. There's only 2 objections basically. And there's number of no objection favor this application. So I will reconsider at the end of my vote. And there's a economic source. Can you able to explain to the audience what sort of how many people is going to be unemployed locally for the beneficial for the economical income for the local resident. And also the objection I understand from the local council Rushcliffe, and there's no objection from the Broxton council. So which is also I really want to find out the Nottingham City, did they have any report on these issues? Thank you very much for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chowdhury. Any other members wish to speak? Any other members wish to debate? Councillor Kevin Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as the debate's gone on, I've took note of certain things. Yeah, I understand we have to have forward planning for this sort of mineral extraction. Can I ask, from start, for if it was granted, when would they start mining? I think I've read somewhere it's 3 years. So obviously 3 years will bite into that 7-year plan or whatever. So that's one question. Attenborough was once a quarry, and it's now an ice nature reserve. There's a lot, I take it with Councillor Cullen, there's quite a few ecological questions to be asked, and maybe they should be answered before we actually grant this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any further officer members wish to speak? Sorry, Councillor Sallington.
Chairman, I have called for deferral. May I formally propose that, please?
Just one second. Okay, I'm just going to announce a 15-minute adjournment so we can discuss this with the officers. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being your patience while we've had a discussion upstairs. The meeting will continue and we will hear the officers respond to all the questions, many of them that have been posed by the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So Councillor Gamble spoke about the land bank situation. I don't think we've got too much to add to that. The land bank is what it is. But the report does set out that there's no minimum land bank and that we are required to plan positively and for a steady and adequate supply of minerals, and that's what the minerals local plan seeks to do through the plan and through the allocation of this site in the plan. Councillor Barlow asked me a few questions about the footpath closures and effects on other users. So the footpaths would remain, but footpath 2 would be diverted during phases 1 and 2 around the edge of the extraction area. So there's an impact on footpath 2 to be considered, absolutely, but it would be diverted. And then on the restoration, it would be put back, but on a slightly different alignment. But broadly speaking, it would be put back on the diagonal that it is at the moment. So the connectivity would be maintained there. And obviously the Bridleway, which is more popularly, it's a much busier route, that would stay open because that's what the bridge provides there. Yeah, and a short-term temporary closure required on the Bridleway, that would be managed by the council's rights of way team for any authorisation to close for a short period to do construction works on the Bridleway. So that's taken care of through the rights of way department. At Green Street, yes, Green Street is now, the old 453, it is now a quiet road, and yes, there are cyclists and other users using that road. The applicant's taken that into account in the design. In the plans, there is a copy of the site entrance, I believe. If not, then there is the location, the layout plan rather. And within the entrance design, there is a proposed bridleway stroke cycleway crossing the entranceway. And it's a way of trying to deconflict the users and gives those users an option to cross a proper crossing on the site entrance rather than on the road and mix with the traffic on the road. So that's in the design. That's from the applicant in response to the concerns on that issue. HGV routing, yes, we are recommending a condition to require those to route to and from the A453 and not to go south. That can be enforced, it's readily enforceable. And on alternative restoration, I think it's probably the last condition in the schedule of conditions, provides scope for the planning authority to require an alternative restoration in the event that, for example, the site ceased prematurely. And obviously, it would be a case of securing the best possible restoration in that situation and ensuring that that is delivered. And that can be delivered, as I say, under the condition that can be enforced. And that's one of the reasons why we don't think a restoration bond is required. It's a standard it's a standard condition from our point of view. Councillor Cullen, yes, LGR. Okay, so I mean, we don't know at the moment what will happen, do we, with LGR, and we can be sure, however, the planning system keeps going, and in that respect, the minerals plan will keep going. It will not be replaced imminently by LGR, so I don't think that is a material. I don't think that's a material consideration here today. The planning decision has to take into account what we've got in the application before us today. On the need, I hear the arguments about need, and that's being debated. But as I say, the plan seeks to allocate this site. Councillor Saddington, thank you for your comments and questions. And yes, I take your point about the there are some short-term disruptions, as with any quarry, there can be. The issues can be mitigated. So in terms of things like noise and dust, we've got the planning conditions setting noise limits at properties, the implementation of the dust management and monitoring plan. The dust monitoring plan includes real-time air quality monitoring stations. These monitoring stations would report to the site manager of any release of dust, any exceedances for immediate action. This is a very novel approach in the county. It's a very good practice to have. We welcome that from the applicant. And we think that the dust management is capable of being adequately controlled. There are cumulative developments in the area. They've been in the planning through the local plans in the area, such as Fareham, for a long time. Those developments also need mineral. And this site is positioned potentially to serve developments such as Barton. The pumps, you mentioned that the pumps would run 24/7. Yes, so the extraction requires dewatering because of the high water table. The pumps would sit in the void, in the quarry void. And yes, they would have to run overnight. It's been taken into account in the noise assessment and found to be acceptable. And there is a noise limit for nighttime operations, which is just for those pumps. Everything else is shut down at night. But the nighttime noise has been found to be acceptable in the noise impact assessment. The environmental health advice on that is all no objection on that. The minerals local plan remains in force. The plan period goes to 2036, so it's not like it's ending now. And no decision's been made as to how it will be reviewed and if it will be reviewed. The authority, the council, has yet to make any decision on that. But as it stands, the plan is fully in effect until 2036. The applicant did do consultation. I've set that out in the early paragraphs in the report, and they did mail drops, and they have a public website.
Could I kindly ask the public gallery not to speak while the officers are speaking? It's important that the committee hear his responses. I know this is a very emotive subject, but please could I ask you just to keep quiet, please?
I think more broadly, planning authority here has consulted the community fully, and we've had very good response. So everybody's been aware of the proposal. Everybody's had their opportunity to make their views known to the officers and to the councillors and to the committee here today. Councillor Ahmad, yes, I think noise. In terms of noise, as I say, we have assessed that, and the conditions seek to secure the acceptable noise for the local residents. Councillor Gamble, thank you. There are some sensitivities with the site. There are impacts to consider to the local wildlife sites. In the report, there is a reference to the ecological mitigation hierarchy. There does not appear to be a ready alternative to avoiding the impact to the Brandishill grassland and the Brandishill marsh in order to build the conveyor and the haul road. So where you can't avoid impact and it's justified, then mitigation, if you like, is the next scenario. And the mitigation is predominantly through the phased restoration of this development and from the final removal of the conveyor belt and the haul road at the end of the day, and the final restoration of that. So we have employed the hierarchy, but it appears that the impact cannot be avoided during the life of the quarry, and that's obviously something to balance. Visually, there might be a visual impact there potentially as well, as you've seen earlier as well. Mitigation can be secured through the suite of planning conditions on a lot of issues really. We've got mitigation embedded in the conditions regarding ecology. We've said noise and dust. So we have scope within the conditions to require the final details of mitigation, but we've got a lot of that already in front of us. So it's not the case that the conditions, in my opinion, are incomplete. They are complete, in my opinion. They are based on a full environmental impact assessment that the applicant has provided, and they are based on full discussions involving planning officers and consultees, including the council's ecologists as well, have been heavily involved during the application and have advised. Their advice is in the report. They don't object. The statutory consultees do not object. The likes of Natural England, the Environment Agency, do not object. Councillor Chowdhury then, as I say, the plan has not been reviewed yet. It may or may not be reviewed, and no decision has been made on that. The plan remains in force. There are economic benefits to take into account with this development and weigh up, and we're required as a planning authority to attach great weight to the economic benefits associated with mineral extraction, and that's set out in the National Planning Policy Framework. There was a question on the City Council. So the City Council, because they are also a planning authority in this application, because there's a part of phase 4 that lies within their land, if you like, within their administrative area, they are not a planning consultee on the planning application because they have to make their own planning decision on that in due course. We've worked together at officer level and we've taken on board the comments from their technical consultees throughout the process. So there has been that working process with the city, but they don't have an official position on the report here because they will have to make a separate planning determination. Councillor Brown.
It's a standard 3 years.
Yes. So in terms of when the development would start, I think was the question. So, I mean, if permission were to be granted, the standard condition requiring commencement within 3 years would be applied as condition 1. Prior to that, the applicant would have to discharge a number of planning conditions prior to commencing. That's standard practice. And then they can make a start at the site entrance and the processing plant, etc. So that sort of gives you an idea on the time frame. There is a little bit of work to do before they can commence, but you know, they would presumably want to undertake the development. That's what they've applied for, and waiting 3 years could be on the site. Yeah. They have up to 3 years to commence under the planning condition. Ecologically, you had some concerns about the ecology, and I'd just say again that the environmental impact assessment has considered ecology and nature issues in huge depth. It has involved a range of consultees to go through that, and myself as well. And our ecologist within the council has been very heavily involved. Their remaining issues have been addressed through the further information process, through the submission of further information. And so, subject to a number of planning conditions, our ecologists do not object. I appreciate other bodies do object, the Wildlife Trust do object, the Home Pit Action Group object, the Save Group object. Natural England don't object. So there are differing views out there, I accept, but the conditions that we have devised seek to mitigate the impacts to wildlife in the knowledge that the end development here, the end restoration, would be beneficial, clearly beneficial for wildlife, the species, habitats. So it's thinking about weighing up those short-term issues and the longer-term benefits. Anything else? I think if there's anything else, please do raise them, but I've tried to cover the main points there. Thank you.
Do any of the members have any further questions? Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Yeah. The lifespan of the quarrying is 12 years, about that. 1, 2, 3, 4 phases. Moving on to restoration, do they start, once one phase is finished, do they start the restoration immediately? Yeah. So it's not, they don't wait 12 years and then start. You'll have to start up again.
Yeah, I mean, the phasing plans are in the pack. But yes, effectively, there is a continuous process here of progressive, a continued phase of extraction with restoration behind, effectively. So, yes, there is progressive restoration. I think it comes clearer at the end of phase 2. I think when they move round, if they were to move round into phase 3, it's very evident then because they're out of phase 1 and 2 pretty much then. But it is not the case, therefore, that the restoration isn't there in at year 12. It is there midway through the development in phases 1 and 2. It's early restoration. It will take time to grow and embed, but it's there. And so it's not the case that those benefits of the restoration are in year 12. They come through earlier than that. And just a linked point on that, the permissive paths that are being delivered around this restored site also come in progressively. There are some that go in year 1, I believe, or year 2, very early on, and then further go in during the phasing. So again, this phased approach does deliver these benefits, not at year 12, but earlier on, midway through the development, and then progressively more and more. Does that help?
Are there any further questions from members? Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just ask, I'm aware, obviously, of the quarries that are in my area, because I cover part of Newark as my division. And I know that a lot of those are run by things like the RSPB when it's been restored. Who is actually going to run this? I know, obviously, it will be maintained, but maintaining and running and doing it from a professional aspect like the RSPB do, as we know, for example, at Langford, which is an amazing site, but who is actually going to be running this?
Yes, my understanding, the applicant sets out that they would manage it, is the answer that we have. So there isn't the equivalent of the RSPB potentially on the sidelines here. The application tells us that the applicant would manage this for the long term, effectively, and that's what they're proposing.
Can I just ask about their experience of running a kind of a wildlife park or reserve is what? What experience do they have and where are they going to pull that expertise from? Do we know?
They are a minerals operator. They operate around the country. They don't currently operate in Nottinghamshire, in terms of restoration, I have not the greatest knowledge of what they are required to do for restorations elsewhere, but it's not a complicated restoration to achieve, and the planning conditions will set out the longer term management that's required. As I say, for 30 years is what is envisaged. It's not a case of walking away, if you like, at 12 years, there is a condition that requires the ongoing aftercare for 30 years, and that's a considerable obligation on the developer.
Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you everybody who's attending today. I've got two questions for Joe. One for Broxton Borough Council not reporting in this booklet. And this second one, I have looked at about the East Midland Airport is nearby. And what sort of monitored have you guys from the county, city county, done for the safety of the aviation resident locally? Thank you.
Okay, yes, no, it's the case that Broxton Borough Council have not objected. They've been reconsulted at each point on the further information. It's been consistently no objection. So that's their position. In terms of the airport, so the airspace above, obviously, we're not too far away from the airport, but we're not directly on the flight line, but there are aircraft that do training circuits and things in the area. The airport are a consultee. We've consulted them and involved them, and the applicant has had to provide what we call a bird management plan with the planning application. That bird management plan has been reviewed by the safeguarding team at the airport. Initially, they were not happy with the first version of that, and some revisions were required. Following that, they were satisfied and withdrew their objection. So the airport remains satisfied now, subject to the implementation of the bird management plan, which is condition 52 in the pack. So there is a balance there. The operator would have to balance a number of matters with the restoration there. Bird management is one, but that does not necessarily mean that that is incompatible with a biodiversity-led approach. That's the balance there, in our opinion, has been met. It's not birds or no birds. The bird management plan will satisfy the airport, and the biodiversity can still take hold there and do well.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, going back to the restoration, and as Councillor Barlow has pointed out, RSPB look after quarries in their division. Who's going to monitor who's going to monitor it in this case? Is it going to be the council or whichever council, however it is? They're going to monitor as it goes along and develop. But what about afterwards? Will it be the county council, or do we just leave them to do it themselves?
Yeah, I can reassure you on that. Firstly, as a minerals planning authority, we have a team of monitoring and enforcement officers, which their job is to undertake routine monitoring at mineral sites, quarries, and it's they have up to 4 visits a year for some of the busier locations, and they will go out and they will inspect the site and they will check compliance with planning conditions. This isn't just during the life of a development, but in the aftercare period as well. So there is that role for the authority, and we can levy a charge for those visits as well to recoup costs on that. So we have a role there as a minerals planning authority, as to inspect compliance. Even with LGR, that would be the case on any future local authority that takes over the planning functions. So the applicant would also have to, under the planning conditions, undertake a number of aftercare reports and reports sort of on the progress of the aftercare, and to make sure and to demonstrate that the envisaged habitats are succeeding, and through that aftercare process and meetings, if there are remedial actions required, for example, if the seeding of an area has failed or water levels aren't quite working out, then that's where remedial actions can be looked at and agreed and approved. So that's part of what we call aftercare in minerals. That's standard. Now, in this case, potentially, well, it would go on for 30 years, effectively, for the ecological areas. And so there's long-term obligation on the developer to ensure that the restoration is delivered. Obviously, the aftercare visits would probably happen more frequently at the earlier stages, and then they may, the requirement may tail off in terms of the frequency of that, subject to the success, the success of that habitat coming through and actually coming through as we want. If, for example, it's not working out, it's not the planting isn't taking or whatever, then we can require remedial action to sort that problem out and address that through the aftercare process. That's what we do as a Minerals Planning Authority on many sites, and there is that long-term role for the Planning Authority.
Thank you. Councillor Sadlington.
Thank you, Chairman. With respect, I'm not convinced by what's been just said, because when Councillor Barlow first asked, it was very obvious that the look gave me the feeling that hadn't actually been thought of. There needs to be a defined structure for looking after this, and it's not okay to say it will be looked after by the developer. It should actually be a defined structure about looking after it. And as you've just referred to, the planting can die. Why should it be a cost to the authority? If you're saying that the authority will pick up the aftercare if necessary, it should be a defined structure in there to say the developer's responsible for the next 50 years. Why? Well, why were you so hesitant?
Thank you, Officer.
The developer is responsible for this restoration, and they are obligated under the recommended planning conditions, including 71 regarding aftercare, and there is that process there in aftercare for the planning authority to check that they're doing that and to require remedial actions through the aftercare process if something's not working right, if something's gone wrong. So when, as a planning authority, as a council, we have an overseeing role here. The developer is responsible for undertaking the restoration.
Councillor Gamble.
Thank you. Just touching upon what Councillor Brown and others have mentioned with the final wetland restoration area. We know that mineral targets that we've seen in the plan, we've not met them. So I think they were 1.7. I think we're on about 0.8. I might be wrong. Metric tons. Now, some of that is to do with economic factors, Chair. So recessions, but also supply and demand. Now, sometimes operators might be mistaken, but please let me know if I'm wrong on this, officers. Will slow down output of extraction to meet that demand. Now, if that was the case here, and we've mentioned a 12-year plan, if the output of extraction is slowed down, this 12-year plan might be much longer for restoration. Hopefully that makes sense. Thank you.
The application proposes a life of 12.5 years in total from start to finish. 10 years in the middle would be the actual extraction operation. So the initial first 2 years are sort of setting up, building thing, and then at the end, finishing off restoration. So that's the proposal. You know, it's 12.5 years, 12 years. You know, in length. We've recommended condition 5 in the schedule. We've gone with 13 years to require the development to be completed within 13 years rather than the 12.5 years. It's practically easier to enforce. And so that would be they would have to comply with that condition. So, and in terms of the idea of deliberately slowing sales, I mean, market forces do have an influence. I accept that. The site would introduce an element of competition to the market, I would say. I've made this point in the report. It would be a new productive site in the Nottingham area, where there's only, as I say, the East Leek and Renston one currently in the county to serve the Nottingham area. It's a new operator to the area potentially as well. So there is that potential that they may want to. Well, that's what they've proposed. They've proposed 12.5 years. They know the mineral, they know the rates of extraction, and they obviously wouldn't have made the application if they don't believe that they can make a go of this. But as I say, condition 5 is our answer to that.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Cullen.
It's only a really quick one, really, that came to my mind because of my colleague's question. And it might be in the pack and I might have just missed it. But is there a condition, and are we absolutely sure that given that you've said that the site developer owner is going to manage the site themselves, not RSPB or, for example, Notts Wildlife Trust that manages Attenborough, are we absolutely sure, and is there a condition to prevent them monetising it so that it's not available, so that it's not made unavailable for local residents who aren't prepared to pay to use the facilities that they create there? Are we sure of that? Has that been asked and made clear?
Yeah, in terms of that restoration vision, you know, the vision there is for a biodiversity-led approach, firstly, and that can be delivered, and you know the planning conditions require that vision to be delivered. The final details are reserved for planning condition, but that is normal. So we have the overall restoration vision. We have, for example, we know what the biodiversity net gain scores are. We know what the target species, target habitats are going to be, things like that. We have a lot of detail on that. Obviously, each phase, when it's finished, there'll be the individual planting proposals, exactly where each thing's going. That will come through the planning conditions, and that's normal. And that will time with the vision, and we'll make sure that the vision is being delivered. In terms of the public access, then, I think that was your other point there, because public access is being proposed around these new wetlands, new walks along the riverside, for example, that you presently, if you were to do that today, you're technically trespassing. So that is a planning gain, if you like, that is being proposed by the developer. They are permissive paths. That's how they're proposed. They're not being proposed to be dedicated as public rights of way. Okay, so permissive by landowners' consent, and that would be managed. The paths would be managed and maintained by the developer as part of that longer term aftercare of the site. So hopefully that answers the question there on that. Thank you.
It does, thank you.
Councillor Chowdhury.
I have one question. This one is probably done for time being for me. The financial impact for the resident. Why is not? Can you tell us why didn't you put any condition for financial bond for this impact if it does go through? Thank you very much. Can you explain?
Yes, so the restoration bond, I appreciate it. Yeah. The planning practice guidance has a section entitled, "When is a financial guarantee justified?" It says, if you permit me, Chair, just for a moment, a financial guarantee to cover restoration and aftercare costs will normally only be justified in exceptional cases. Such cases include very long-term new projects where progressive reclamation is not practicable, such as an extremely large limestone quarry. 2, where a novel approach or technique is to be used, but the Minerals Planning Authority considers it is justifiable to give permission for the development. 3, where there is a reliable evidence of the likelihood of either financial or technical failure, but these concerns are not such as to justify refusal of the permission. And it just adds at the end that where the operator is part of a guarantee scheme, such as the Restoration Guarantee Fund operated by the Minerals Product Association, then that, again, it should not be necessary, therefore, to require a separate financial guarantee or bond, even in exceptional circumstances. I have on the file a letter from the applicant setting out that they are a member of the MPA Restoration Guarantee Fund. And as I set out earlier on, we do not consider this to be an exceptional case or an exceptional type of site or restoration. So that is why, in our opinion, our advice is that a financial bond for the restoration is not justifiable. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Barlow.
Thank you. Can I just clarify with regards to the liaison committee? I know it's in one of the conditions. If they choose to object to having a liaison committee, we know they work well in other quarries, we know that. What happens then?
Right. Yes, planning condition 12, recommended planning condition 12, requires the setting up of a community liaison group. And this is best practice for quarries, and the condition requires the terms of reference, the membership and everything to be set out, and for the whole thing to be set up effectively and to be run during the life of the development. If they were, if that didn't happen, they would be in breach of condition 12, and we potentially can take enforcement action. But look, I think the applicant has agreed to this in terms of they're quite happy to I understand quite happy to set up a liaison panel, and they are a forum for people to understand, to talk both ways, for the developer to listen, for the locals to understand what's happening when, and for them to raise issues if they've found anything go wrong, or if they've experienced something that perhaps shouldn't happen. So they do work. As a planning authority, we attend we attend meetings as well. That is condition 12. Thank you.
Can I just ask what the enforcement would be? Because obviously listening to the mood in the room when comments have been made regarding communication between the developer and local residents, I'm not convinced that this will actually sort of be as good as it is in my area.
Yeah, we've just noted the condition does require that to be set up prior to commencement in terms of the terms of reference and who would be part of it, etc. They do need to get that. They would need to get that agreed and approved prior to commencement. Reason because, you know, when a new development starts, that's when people need to know what's happening and how it's happening and how it might affect them. It's no good later on. It does need to happen and be set up earlier on. And you know, obviously people can share their opinions in those meetings, but it's a process of dialogue and a means of just keeping communication lines open with the community, working both ways. And you know, everybody in that sort of cooperative should work really in a cooperative spirit in that forum. Is that okay?
So just to clarify, so they would not be able to commence quarrying until this liaison committee group has been set up, yeah? And also, if communications break down during the life of the development, should it go ahead, what is the enforcement on them? Would they have to stop quarrying?
Reading the condition wording, so they have to set the thing up prior to commencement. Then, when that's all agreed, the terms of reference, etc., has to be implemented and adhered to throughout the lifetime of the development. So, for example, the meeting frequency, all of that, you know, once it's agreed and approved, it's required to be undertaken throughout the lifetime of the development. There is scope within the condition wording for the forum to modify their terms of reference at any point, if they all agree, I guess, with that. For example, if they wish to modify the meeting frequency, they could do that through the internal agreement within the CLG process.
Thank you, but
Okay.
you still haven't answered the question about what the enforcement would be.
The enforcement. Well, so the condition sets out that it's required, and if it fails, if it falls down and they're not implementing, if the CLG is not being implemented, then we have a breach of planning condition situation. In a breach of planning condition situation, there are various enforcement options that, as a minerals planning authority, we could look at and undertake. You know, obviously, we do have informal approaches and then formal options, you know. So informal would be raising the issue directly with the developer, understanding what's gone wrong, you know, and ensuring that that gets back up and running again. If, you know, in an extreme situation, I would say, then formal enforcement action, if it was considered expedient, would consider breach of condition notices or enforcement notices against the developer. I think that would be an extreme situation in my experience. On a CLG, I don't think that would happen. I think CLGs, once they get going, they work, and sometimes they're not needed to meet so frequently, but they're needed early on. They're needed early on because people need to know what's happening early on.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the members at all? No. Councillor Saddington, do you still wish to request a deferral?
Sorry. Sorry, Councillor Saddington. So if you wish to move an amendment to the motion that we're debating now so that it's deferred rather than granting or choosing to not grant permission, if you'd like to put forward an amendment, our advice would be for us to have another adjournment so that you can discuss with officers what that amendment would look like before proposing it.
Can I just ask what, when we had to go out for legal advice, I was told the deferment would come after the main vote. So what has changed?
Right. So the main thing is we wanted to get an answer from officers to the questions that had been put forward. We didn't want a vote to take place at that point before officers had had an opportunity to respond to questions that have been put forward by members. So now that that's taken place, if you would like to put forward an amendment on a deferral, now's the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Councillor Saddington. As the debate of this item is concluded, I will now move to the vote.
Can I ask for a recorded vote, Chair?
You can ask for a recorded vote, Councillor Cullen, and we will grant that wish. Thank you.
You just need a second,
We need to have 2 shows of hands for that. Thank you, Councillor Saddington. Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. So could members please indicate whether they're for or against the recommendation or whether they wish to abstain? So Councillor Barlow.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Chowdhury.
For.
Councillor Cullen.
Against.
Councillor Dale.
Against.
Councillor Dodd.
For.
Councillor Gamble.
Against.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor
Against.
Councillor Smith. And Councillor Wheatcroft.
For.
So that's...
There's 4 votes for and 7 votes against. The motion falls. Thank you.
Chair, financial advisors, we have an amendment to allow the public to
Well, we've got an item.
This is some time for them to clear through to discuss planning.
Okay, do you want me to adjourn for 10 minutes?
Sorry, why did they refuse it? Did they give reasons for it? They need to state reasons for refusal.
Just for the members, we're just going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. If we could go upstairs again, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your attendance upstairs. As the planning application was refused, I would just like to invite Councillor James Campbell to summarise the points on why the application was rejected. Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. So just some bullet points. Having looked at the application, members feel that the need is not compelling, that the hydrological impacts are uncertain, that it's going to be ecological harm that can't be avoided, and visual impacts that are inherent to the site's design, with it being going up an incline. That's the bullet points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gamble. We'll now move to the final item on the agenda, item number 6. This is the Development Management Progress Report. I'll invite Jonathan Smith, Team Manager, Development Management, to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is the standard report we bring to committee each meeting, just confirming the applications that have been received and determined since the last report to previous committee, and it also sets out a schedule of applications to come forward to committee at future meetings. At the moment, we have nothing scheduled for January committee, but that might change. So, but at the moment, there's nothing scheduled, but we'll certainly keep yourself and Chair informed through pre-app, etc. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Do the committee have any questions, members, for that particular point? No, none at all. Well, thank you very much for everybody for your attendance today. Thank you for the hard work the officers have put in, the fantastic debate we've had as a committee. Even though we've had a few interruptions, we've managed to work round all protocols and legal requirements correctly. I'd like to thank the legal team for being here, as well as my Vice Chairman and Dom. And as Chairman of the Planning and Rights of Way Committee, I'd just like to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. The meeting is now closed. Thank you.